Morning.
Morning, Judge.
Okay.
Good morning,
Good
Judge.
morning, my lady.
Morning, Judge.
Nelisiwe, are you ready?
Might please the court, my lady. Morning.
Morning, Judge. Yes, we are ready. I just need to record.
Where is the interpreter?
She's in the meeting, Judge.
I don't see her. That is why I'm asking about her.
Mashallah, can you hear us?
We also have to see her. I don't see her here. Morning, Mem Mokosinyane. Good morning, Mrs. Mokosinyane. Good morning, Mrs. Mokosinyane. Can you hear me?
Good morning. My lady, I can hear you.
Okay. Nelisiwe, I don't know whether the others can see the witness, the interpreter. Can you see the interpreter, Mrs. Mokosinyane?
No.
Judge, we're just trying to sort it out. We're not sure why the video just stopped because we could see her just a few minutes ago.
Please do.
Let's just leave.
early so that when we start at 10 o'clock, everything should be set, the proceedings should start.
Noted, my lady. It's just to.
Because she has been looking for you all over the course, which is not right because you were assigned to this court, isn't it?
Yes, my lady, it is correct. So, but then as
Thank you. Let's just leave it.
Okay.
We can leave it there.
Okay, my lady.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Ma'am,
Just a second, before we do that, Nelisa has not yet called the matter on record. Can you please place the matter on record, Nelisa?
Thank you, Judge. Of May 2020, calling the matter of life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Ma'am, ma. Judge ntse go gopotsa gore a kere o ntse o tlase ga kano ya go bua nnete. Go yalo mma.
Go yalo.
Confirmed, my lady.
Thank you, Ms. Hassim. You may proceed with your cross-examination. Just to assist, when the matter was adjourned on Friday, was it Friday? You were referred to pages 7209, 7208, and 7207. You remember that, Mrs. Mogosinyane?
Miss Mama Hosinyana, wa gopela gore Freitag a ne go emiswa ba ile ba ro lebele di page tse di latelang 7209, 7208, 7207. Wa gopela ma gore le feletse mo ka Freitag. Mama Hosinyana.
Yeah,
I do remember.
Okay. You may take it from there, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Mrs. Mogosinyane.
Mama Hosinyane. Mama Hosinyane.
Morning.
Morning.
Ma'am, did you have a chance to look at those clinical records of Daniel Milan?
Yes.
Mama Hosinyane, we don't know how the records the clinical records of Daniel. Yes.
And were those notes in those records made by nurses at Mosego?
Yeah, no, the notes it's the records it's immediately the nurse. Kimanes. Yes, those entries were made by the nurses.
And as a clinical manager at Mosego, did you supervise those nurses?
Yeah, no, when I a clinical manager for Mosego, Kwena no supervisor the nurses. Yes, they were under my supervision or control.
Thank you. And how many nurses were there under your supervision?
Yeah, no, no, Manessa Makai and a little Sataule, how many? I do not know.
What was the question? How many nurses were under your supervision?
That's correct, my lady. Ma'am, were nurses present every day at Mosego? Was there always a nurse present 24 hours a day?
Yeah, no, como Mosego, a me manese na dula alecting malatsi wote 24/7. Yes.
Thank you. And as you told us already on Friday, you kept clinical records only once a month. And did you see from those records that there isn't any notes of medication being administered?
Yeah, no. Me ya kano bua gore clinical records no data once a month. Mo di notes tse o ile wa bona ge gore ga gona any di notes tse dintseng tsa medication ena mo di records tseo.
For the records tse ga gona se re se kwalang ka ditlhare di file tsa teng di nna mo fileng e nngwe.
On these files, there is nothing that we write about medication.
Thanks.
Notes about medication are written on another file.
Just hold it there. Continue.
And where are those other files kept?
Yeah, no, the file is in the beiwa kae?
Di bewa separate ga di tsenye mo fileng ya patient.
They are kept separate. They are not inserted inside the patient's file.
So are you saying that there is a list of medication and when it was administered to Daniel Milan?
Yeah,
There
no,
is such a list?
ware eating list ya medication ebile go be go bontsha gore medication eo Daniel Milan o e fileleng.
Ka ra kwala le ga kgwedi fela gore medication on treatment ra kwala.
Yes, because even end of the month, we do make an entry that on medication treatment.
You do that at the end of the month?
Ya no seo le se dira kgwedi ga e fela.
Takes ra kwala yaka takes treatment well.
Yes, like the entry that I just read out, we write takes it treatment well.
Ma'am, as we sit here today, you can't say with certainty that every patient received their correct medication at the correct time each day, can you?
Ya no ba re ya ka ontse fa ka tsheko ya ka re le fa ka tsheko o ka se ba kgona go bua ka netefalo go ntle ga pelaelo gore tsotlhe di-patient ne di fumana medication ya tsone ka nako e tshwanetseng malatsi otlhe ya ka go tshwanetse.
Just before she responds, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. For one, the learned counsel is not specific with reference to which patient. I think the question is unfair to the witness. Because if the learned counsel wants to put it to the witness that there was no record in respect of this patient, then that would make sense. But I understand that there were patients, if there is any suggestion that a particular patient's records were not kept or proper medication was not administered, then that issue should be put to the witness. And the issue should end there. It shouldn't be something that we are going to now have to canvass with this witness.
Yes, Mr. Hassim, can we stick to Mr. Malan and finish with him? I don't know. You had the objection by your learned friend, if you can respond to that.
I'll come back to that question in another way, my lady, but for now, let me stick to Mr. Milan.
Okay, thank you very much.
The question is, proposition I was putting to you, ma'am, was that as we sit here today, you cannot say with certainty that Mr. Milan received the correct medication at the correct time every day.
Ba re ya ka ontse fa ka tsheko mme o ka se ba bua ko netefetse gore Daniel Milan o na fumana medication ya gagwe e right ka nako e right malatsi otlhe. A mme go yalo he was getting his medication.
How do you know that?
Yeah, no, wena o itse yang.
Ke itse ka hore ne re mo fa treatment eo ya gagwe.
I know because we gave him his treatment.
And was that recorded every day, the treatment? You said there's a separate file. Did you record every day the treatment that was administered?
Yaanong ne le kwala malatsi otlhe treatment e le mo fang yone mo filing e le separate o buileng ka yone.
Ne re kwala.
Yes, we made an entry.
The question is, was it recorded every day? We understand that is the question. Miss Marriott, let me, before, okay, if you can just interpret first, and then before she responds, Miss Marriott will, I want to hear her.
Yaanong potso ke gore a mme ne le kwala malatsi otlhe na?
Before she responds, Miss Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. I'm going to object pertaining to the line of questioning. If one considers the post-mortem report of the deceased on page 7221, the cause of death was determined.
Page
7221.
221, yes.
The cause of death was determined to be multiple blunt force injuries. So I do not see the relevance for the line of questioning pertaining to whether Mr. Milan received medication or not.
Ms. Hassim?
My lady, Mr. Milan was schizophrenic. He was, as we saw on Friday from the records from Esidimeni, he was stable. The witness then spoke to us about an incident in which he seemed to be unstable, one of the reasons which led to the injuries. One of the reasons for that could be that he wasn't getting his medication. I think it's relevant whether the patients were receiving their medication on time and whether there's a record of that.
Right.
Yes, can I hear the others? I see there is Mr. Pihlela and then Miss Marriott. I'll give you the chance. Let me hear Mr. Pihlela.
My lady, I don't want to answer. I just want to inform the court that the witness is going to
Can the
out of
witness?
the,
Yes.
she's going out of the meeting. They have problems with connectivity, so they will rejoin shortly.
I didn't get that.
The witness has problems with connectivity. They have a bad line. They're just going out of the meeting and rejoin later.
So can we ask her to step aside? Is it going to be
So.
okay? She can step aside in the meantime. Yes, Mr. Pihlela, if there is before you respond, if there is anyone who wants to say something regarding the matter. Yes, continue, Mr. Pihlela.
My lady, we are now entering the realm of speculation because if it's a question of saying this might or might not have been the cause of death, the death might have been due to his age, it might have been due to, I don't know, something else. I mean, we are speculating now. I mean, there is nothing medically, scientifically, factually, or otherwise that indicates that the cause of death was nothing other than the blunt force trauma that he received. Now, with regard to his behavior and when it changed or when he became aggressive, as opposed to in the past when he was not, that could also be due to the fact that he was moved to another place where he didn't want to go. So we are speculating, and it's unfair to this witness to now have to answer for things that are not being put to her. Let it be put to the witness that this is the cause of death or this is a contributory factor. But at the end of the day, I understand that the mandate of this court is to investigate the causes of death, not some circumstantial facts that may or may not be relevant.
Thank you, Mr. Pihlela. Anybody else wants to say something before I go back to Ms. Hassim? I'm going to close the matter, Ms. Hassim.
My lady, we've been asking questions of various witnesses regarding circumstances of care and the conditions of care at NGOs. We're asking questions regarding food, for example. In my submission, the question of whether the patients who were psychiatric patients were receiving their medication every day, the correct medication every day, is relevant for the purposes of this inquest, to know what the conditions of care were at the NGOs? It's a simple question.
Just a second, I just want to see. But how are you going to relate this to what is stated in the medical report, Miss? I just want to avoid us speculating. How are we going to relate this to the cause of death that is stated in the postmortem report? Can we just confine ourselves to those? Because with regard to the other patients, the circumstances, the cause of death, we understand the circumstances, but the cause of death was different, isn't it? In this one, we know for a fact that the postmortem talks about multiple blunt injuries. So we should just be careful. We shouldn't speculate.
I'm not speculating, my lady, but I do think it's relevant. It helps us to understand the picture of the care that was given at the NGO. I don't think it's a question that is unhelpful to this court.
Okay, are you going to base it on this particular, or are you going to base it on the other patients, or in particular with regard to this patient?
Well, my lady,
because with this patient that you are dealing with, we have got a post-mortem that says the cause of death is this. So we know for a fact that is the case. That is the line. That is the reason why I'm saying we should just be careful. This shouldn't relate to this particular. We understand the circumstances. The circumstances have been placed on record. But what I'm saying in respect of this particular one, despite whatever circumstances that he could have faced, but we're now sitting with a post-mortem report that says he died of multiple blunt injuries. I'm going to allow you this question, but I'll just hear at the end what you're going to argue.
As the court pleases.
Okay, continue. Yes, can the witness come back, Miss Marriott?
They are back, my lady.
Thank you. Continue, Miss Nassim.
Ma'am, the question was,
did they record the medication on a daily basis?
That's correct.
Yes, if you can interpret that to the witness, Mr.
No, mamo khosijane potso ke gore amme ne le kwala malatsi otlhe gore re o fumana medication ya gagwe.
Ne re kwala le ga kgwedi fela gore ona tsa treatment takes treatment well.
Yes, we made an entry, and also even end of the month we would also make an entry that he takes treatment well.
Okay, so that's only once.
Ya no ara seo se ra gore ke ga one fela. Le kwala ga one fela.
Re kwetse yaanong ga ke re ga kgwedi fela re etsa report for the month le yone ra e tsenya.
We write it, but then end of the month we make a report for the month that we also add.
Thank you. Can we have a look at the docket of Mr. Johannes Longwane? And specifically, I'd like to turn to page 14288.
Page?
14288.
14288. At the airport, page 14288.
Yes. This is the record of which patient now? Johannes Longwane.
Yes, my lady, docket number 82. And if we could just scroll up, please. It's actually, it starts at 14287. At the bottom of 14287.
Yes, I'm there, Sasha. Thank you.
And that's the entry on the day that Mr. Longwane died.
Which is?
12 June 2016. Do you see that?
Why wanna entry May 12 June 2016? Yes, I see that.
And if I should, let me just read it for the record. It reads as follows. Patient not waking up and not responding to his name. Cold on touch.
No, what the patient ha arabi ha bitsiwa and then how motswara babata. Patient ha sohe ha arabi ha bitsiwa ibile wabata how motswara.
And then it says at 5 a.m., vital data taken, and it records the blood pressure as 60/49, pulse feeble.
Entry e latelang eo e be tlhalosa ge gore blood pressure ya gage e mo kae le gore pulse ya gage e feeble ka mokgwa e kwetsweng ka teng mo. BP ke 60/49, pulse gote e feeble.
And then it reads respiration very slow as if tired.
No, gote le respiration ya gage e stara ga o ka tla ro kgatetse.
Sister Mogosinyane informed, said patient to be washed and kept warm.
No, Sister Mogosinyane a ba boleleliwa a ba re patient a tlhapisiwe ebile a dula futhumetse.
And then an hour later at 6:05, it says patient gasping while being washed on bed, no pulse felt.
No, be le gore ka 5/6, 6:05, gote patient ke yo a gaspa ka ba a goga moya ka bokete e be le gore ke kana kwa tlhapisiwa. Ga ba re ba motlwa pulse ga e utlwale ano.
At 6:10, no respiration.
No, ka 10 minutes past 6, go bonalang go ge.
Deceased at 6:10, Sister Mogosinyane informed.
No, be go ngala ge gore ka 6:10 o tlhokafetse Sister Mogosinyane a ba tsebisiwa.
So, ma'am, a person with those vital signs that we see recorded here, would you agree that that patient would need emergency treatment?
No, gote a mme wa dumela ge gore motho di vital signs tse di bonalang mo motho o kona tlhoka treatment e potlakileng.
Ke a dumela.
Yes, I agree.
And merely washing a patient and keeping him warm is not emergency healthcare, is it?
No, go mo tlhapisa le go mo dudisa futhumetse ga se emergency health care eo a mme go yalo wa dumela.
Ne re mo tlhapise na tshwanetse a tlhapisiwe patient ka gore ne go tlo bitswa ambulance e tla e tlo mo tsaya. Yaanong ke patient ya di-patient tse ding tse e rata gore e itshenyetse mo dikobong gore patient e ne e itshenyetsa mo.
The patient had to be washed because an ambulance was supposed to come and fetch the patient and take him to hospital. Also, this patient is that patient who would also soil his bed, their bed.
There's no record here of an ambulance being called. Did you call the ambulance?
No, ara gona gope mo gongwetseng mona gore ambulance e biditswe. A mme o ile wa e bitsa ambulance?
Re ne ra- ambulance e biditswe yona. Ambulance e biditswe. Mara yaanong ga e biditswe yalo, e ne phone e ne e lla fela go sena motho e tshwarang.
The ambulance was called. However, whenever it was called, the phone just rang with nobody picking it up.
Did you call the ambulance?
Wena ka sebele o e biditse ambulance?
Ke nna ke founetseng ambulance.
Yes, I am the one who phoned the ambulance.
And so can you explain why you didn't say that in your statement on Mr. Dlongwane?
Yaanong why o sa se bua seo mo statementeng sa gago ko Mr. Dlongwane?
Ke kopa re boele ko mora.
Can we go back? I'm asking that can we go back?
To the statement?
O batla go boela morago ko
Yes, I
statementeng,
think
Mama
just
Kgosiana?
just wait. I think there is a hand which I didn't notice earlier. Mr. Pitlela? You are muted, Mr. Pitlela.
My lady, with respect, this line of questioning, it's very problematic now, because the witness has answered that she called the ambulance. Now the ambulance did not respond. I don't see why the issue has to be taken further than that. I mean, for what purpose? Because the answer has been given, and the question is directed towards the actions that the witness has taken. If it's a question of suggesting that the actions of this witness were unreasonable on the day, then that can be a matter that will be argued at the end. But we are straying very deeply into a territory where, with the other witnesses, some of us were not allowed to stray, my lady.
Mr. Pitlela, thank you. Ms. Hasim?
My lady, I'm pointing out that there is no record in the statement that was made by the witness in relation to this deceased that an ambulance. There's no record in the clinical records that an ambulance was called. And I'm just confirming that with what I'm exploring with
If
the
you can put lower your hand, Mr. Pitlela. Yes.
I'm just merely putting to the witness statement. I'm in the court's hands.
Okay. I see Mr. Sibara's hand.
As it pleases the court, my lady, I've got difficulties with my camera. I've just gone through the statement of the witness. There's no record as well that she told the nurses to bath the patient. I think this point is well good for argument, because
okay, it's fine. Can we? I hear you, Mr. Sibara. Just finish.
What is recorded here on this hospital medical record is not reflected entirely in a statement. So to isolate the issue of the ambulance is neither here nor there.
Ms. Hassan, can you deal with that so that we can hear Mr. Pitlela and we close the matter?
My lady, if one were to have a regard to the statement, I mean, the statements were taken
yes,
for the purpose of...
I'm just worried that the witness is here and we are discussing the matter. Can the witness step aside again? Although I don't want us to be prolonging the matter. Yes, okay, continue.
My lady, we're looking at the statement of the witness. It was taken for the purpose of understanding what happened, what led to Mr. Dlongwane's death. Her statement says nothing about his death. It simply says that he that after he died, there was no family contact. That's about all we have from the general statement. Now the witness is present and is able to give us more information. And I'm asking her why she didn't record that she called an ambulance. I'm in the court's hands.
Thank you. Mr. Pichela, do you want to reply so that I can close the matter?
Yes,
I think
Your
you
Ladyship.
have made your point.
Yes, I just wanted to add, my lady, that we must be mindful that when these witnesses are making statements, they are responding to questions that are being put to them by the person who is eliciting that statement. To then say that because a question was not asked of this witness prior by the person or the investigating officer or whoever, then it says that the witness is only coming with that version today. I think that is wrong. I mean, if the witness had said something that she had previously indicated and is contradicting herself, then that's a different matter altogether.
I
If
don't
the
want
witness
you
was
to.
asked,
Yes.
yes, my lady, if the witness had been asked this question before and she had answered differently, that would be relevant. But we don't know whether the witness was ever asked this question before. So I think it's unfair to the witness.
Mr. Pichela, I don't want you to be arguing your case here. I understand all these things. Can Ms. Hasim finish with this question? I'm going to allow this question because so that the witness is here to clarify the statement to the court. Let the witness testify. Can we call the witness? Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady.
Your question was, can she explain why she did not say that in her statement?
That the ambulance was called.
Yes.
Yaanong potso e ne le gore gobaneng seo o sa se bua mo statementeng sa gago sa gore ambulance e ile ya bitsiwa. I forgot to write it down.
Okay, continue.
Thank you. Just one other thing, Mrs. Mokhasinyane, on Mr. Dlongwane. In your supplementary affidavit, you say he died on the same day he was discharged from Leratong Hospital. Why do you say that?
Yaanong ga ke mo affidavit-ing ya gago o ngwetse gore o ile a tlhokafala ka lone letsatsi le la ileng a discharge-wa ka lone go tswa go Leratong Hospital. Why o rialo?
And specifically, why do you say that when the clinical record shows that he died at Mosego on the morning of 27 June?
Why wena o rialo ga clinical record e re o tlhokafetse ko Mosego ka goseng ka di 27 tsa June?
The statement is.
I'm still looking for the statement.
It's page 37495.
37495. Page 37495. At the level. 37495.
I'm sure it's continuation of that one. Rebecca Shabit. It was not.
Akutlema. Mama Khosinyane.
More same day. ga isa ye ko leratong.
Where it's written same day, I'm saying he never went to the
Lima, because we want to understand your evidence. You said something that it should have been a continuation. I'm sorry, I have to say it because I'm well conversant with the language. If you can say that.
Or a continuation. Something
about Rebecca.
Rebecca Shawat. Yanu le for ene ke kopa yone pampiri
I see on top there, it is written Rebecca Shabati. I am asking for this paper or this document. Okopa pampiri. Kirelisema.
Ko dimo ga ki Rebecca Shabati.
On top of him there is Rebecca Shabati.
Yanong ke tsela gore ke mistake ya gore go kwetse story sa bone sa tshwana same day.
So
I'm sure ke phoso e tsagetseng fa.
So what I'm saying is that there is an error that happened there. There is a mistake that happened, as one can see that their story is the same, where it is written on both same day. So what I'm saying is there is a mistake that happened there.
Okay. Continue, Miss.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you for clarifying that for us. Ma'am, I'd like to then turn to the docket of Mr. Frederick Collins.
Frederick Collins.
Page?
It's case, sorry, my lady, one moment. It's docket 112. This is, there's just one other correction I'd like to, well, I don't know if it, I just want to get it right from you, is again in your supplementary affidavit at page 37494.
Yeah, no, but for supplementary affidavit for page 37494.
Number 1 is the name Alfred Frederick Collins.
Barma number 1, Alfred Frederick Collins.
And you have the admission date as 6 March 2015.
Admission date equals 6 March 2015.
On what did you base that?
Yeah, no sales guy.
Ke kopa go ke nako ya tlileng o tlile ko Mosego admission date ya gagwe.
There is a time when he arrived at Mosego. That is his admission date.
I'm not. I don't think that's the correct admission date. That's why I'm asking you where you got the information from when you prepared this.
Yeah, no. Are ke hobosa ya na ka admission date e kana nna ke re date e ha se yone e right. Ke ka moo ke gopotsa gore o etsa kae wena admission date.
Mo fileng ya gagwe.
I took this, or I got this admission date from his file.
Okay, my lady, for the record,
Just
if
a
I-
second. Yes.
if I may point out a discrepancy, and that's on page 30233. The
Page 30.
233, it's the spreadsheet of names and dates of admission and death. And Mr. Collins is entered as number 72.
Yeah, no.
Yes, you can continue, Miss Shirley.
Yeah, no. Advocate are ke refera mo le mo spreadsheeting sele mo page 30233. Mr. Collins mo le ke number 72.
And it indicates that he was admitted on 16 January 2016.
Yeah, no, are mo spreadsheeting seo go ngwetse gore date ha admitileng ka yone ko mosego ke 16 January 2016.
Ke kopa go se mo gore ke sheet se exactly se ke shebe.
Can I be showed this spreadsheet? I've never seen it.
Yes, you can.
I wonder if the learned friend, the evidence leader, could assist.
Yes, Miss Marriott, is Mr. Lee there to assist you?
Lady is present.
Okay. They can just show the witness the page number that she has been referred to.
Mm. 1954.
I see there is a hand from Mr. Pichela.
Yes, right.
Yes, Mr. Pichela, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. I just wanted to find out who compiled this spreadsheet, my lady. Because if we're going to put that proposition as the information
It's
on
fine.
the
Let's have the witness look at
more
it and
accurate.
then we'll hear. Yes.
Yeah, I can.
Are you there,
see
Ma'am
my-
Mokgosinyane?
Mama go senya
Ke teng ke a bala.
I'm there, I'm reading.
Ka di records tsa rona ke o tlile ka di 603 ga
2015.
2015.
603 2015. According to our records, he arrived there 603 2015.
There are no records, clinical records, for Mr. Collins in the doc. Provide us with the clinical records.
Yeah, no, gote ga gona di clinical records tsa ga Mr. Collins mo docketing. Mme wena ka kgona go ba di fa?
file that you're referring to, where you got the admission date.
File e we no buang ka yone e na leng admission date. Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Mr. Yeah, I see Mr. Pitlela is still raising a hand.
Oh, apologies, my lady, it's from earlier.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, Mayor.
Thank you, my lady. Perhaps the evidence leader can assist us to get the patient file, the clinical records for Mr. Collins. There is nothing in the docket, but what we do have is a statement from his wife, Mrs. Collins. And if I could just refer the witness to that statement.
Before you do that, Mr. Late, will you, our evidence leaders and Mrs. Merritt, can you please assist us in getting the clinical records of this particular deceased?
My lady, at this stage, the owner of Mosega Home is legally represented. I think he will be the best person to assist.
I don't think you are audible enough. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, my lady, I'm a bit far from the microphone, but the owner of Mosega Home is legally represented by Mr. Profi. I think he will be the best person to assist us in getting those records.
Mr. Profi, are you there?
I'm here, my lady. I have asked and I await instruction. I will liaise with the evidence leader in respect of the response thereto.
Thank you very much. Can we proceed then? You have just referred the witness to the deceased's wife's statement. This is on page?
It begins on page 15672. And at paragraph, if one were to
just a second for me.
Ma'am, Mama Hosijana. Yaanong ba go refera ko statementeng sa mosadi wa ga Collins ba re simolola ko page 15672.
Continue.
At paragraph 8 of the state, I think there's an objection, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Pitlela.
My lady, I just want to establish if this witness is going to be called to testify, and also to remind the court that during the cross-examination of Ms. Daphne Ndlovu, when statements were being referred, which were done by the family, this court took the position that that is irrelevant. And I ask that the same consideration apply in this instance.
We have not yet heard what Ms. Asim is going to say to the witness. Can we give her the chance, please?
Yes, court pleases.
Continue, Ms. Asim.
First of all, my lady, I don't recall any ruling from this court that statements that are made by family members are irrelevant. Second, this statement is all we have in the docket regarding what happened. And the wife of the deceased specifically mentions this witness. So I think it's only fair to put it to her.
I've allowed you to do that. I said I haven't even heard what you were going to say to the witness.
Oh,
so I've just told Mr. Pitlela that let's hear what you're going to say. I haven't even said anything. So in case he has got an objection, it will come at a later stage. For now, I'm allowing you to continue because people, they just come with objections before I could even hear a question that is asked to the witness. But his question, apparently, it relates to the statement So I've allowed you to continue. Continue.
My lady, I was referring to page 8,
About it.
where Mrs. Collins describes visiting the deceased at Life Esidimeni in December. Sorry, paragraph 7, that she visited him at Life Esidimeni in December 2015. And at the end of paragraph 8, that she understands that he was moved to Mosego in the second week of January 2016. So that's...
a second, I just want to go to the paragraph. I can see that now. And this is on the screen. Paragraph 7.
Yes, my lady. 7 and 8.
Yes, you may proceed.
So, ma'am, what is recorded there is that his wife visited him in Life Esidimeni in December 2015, and that he was moved, that she understands he was moved to Mosego in January 2016. And that corroborates the spreadsheet that I referred to. Do you see that?
Yeah, no, mo paragraph 7 ya statement se sa ga mosadi ga college wa tlhalosa gore la bofello ga na bona college e ne ka December 2017. Ya no aba bua gape gore o ile a re ga utlwa aba utlwa gore ka January 2016 ga sa tlhole a le go o ntshitswe. Ya no seo advocate a re se tsamaisana le spreadsheet se tsana gore ferela go sone.
Did I hear you saying 2017 when you started, Mrs. Interpreter?
No, my lady, I said December 2015, and the next year is 2016.
And we ask the witness to look at these two paragraphs, paragraph 7 and 8. No, the statement. She can just read them. I don't know whether, I think she can read them on her own.
Mama Josejane, Judge are okatebella paragraph 7 and 8, statement is a mosadi wa college. A me uta khona go se bala wena ka bo wena.
As ke
How to anima?
yeah. Yeah, se bala.
I am reading it.
Yes.
My lady, I don't wish to take it any further. Once we get the file, we'll know for sure exactly what the admission date.
I just wanted her to, so that before she responds, she must see this.
I'd like to then
just it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Let her look at it. These are short paragraphs. Did you see that, Ms. Mogosinian?
Mama Josejane o bone ge di paragraphs tse pedi tseo mo statementing tseo.
Ke di bone.
Yes, I did, my lady.
You can just close that, Ms. Hasim. According to what Ms. Hasim has just put to you now, is that what is recorded there in that statement, or that you have been reading, those two paragraphs, Mr. Collins was moved to Mosego in January 2016.
Yeah, no. Se se utlwalang ge mo di paragraphing tseo ke gore Mr. Collins o ile a isiwa kwa Mosego ka January 2016.
Ke di bone. Ke di badile.
I saw that. I read it.
But do you still insist that he was moved on the 6th of March 2015 to Mosego?
Yeah, no, wena a me o sampane ore o ile a isiwa kwa Mosego ka di 6th of March 2015.
I can't.
O khathile Mama Segonyane?
Fudume Ke gore di record di tla tlisiwa.
Kuka ori di record obo kata ori denka di record mama sekgenyane.
Ke ra gore nna la bofelo ke utlwile gore di record di tla tlisiwa tsa.
Okay.
The last that I heard was that the records will be brought.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, could you have a look at paragraph 9 of the statement? If you can read it, and then I'll ask you just 1 or 2 questions based on that paragraph.
Ya no khati e ya go paragraph 9 o mobile ga o fetsa go mobala o tla butswa dipotso tse mmalwa ka se o tla bo se badile.
If you can let me know when you're ready.
Tla buka o ba bolelle ga o setse o feditse go bala o le ready mama sekgejana.
Are you done?
O sto feditse? O sto
Ke
feditse?
feditse go se bala.
Yes, I'm done reading.
Yes, Miss Hassim.
Ma'am, were nurses on duty at Mosego during the weekend?
Ya no ka di weekend a mme di nurse ne di theogela kwa Mosego.
Ne di theogela.
Yes, they were on duty.
And was there a nurse on duty at each house?
Ya no a mme no gona le nurse e theogetseng ntlo le ntlo. Yes.
Did you keep a duty roster?
A mme no na le duty roster. Yes.
Told you there, Miss Hassim. Continue.
Would you be able to provide us with the duty roster?
A mme o ka batlela yone duty roster
for that weekend?
ya weekend ewa.
A ke bone date for gore ke weekend e feng.
I do not see the date so that I can be able to say which weekend it is.
It was, he passed away on 7 August, so it was the weekend of the 6th and 7th of August, 2016.
Ariki weekend ya the 6th, 7 August 2016. Wareng mamos me. What A?
I can't comment for.
I can't comment.
Is it because you don't know why can't you comment?
Why o sa kgone go commenta?
Because ke buile gore manese re nna le manese phakela le bosigo le every day go na le manese.
Because I mentioned that we have nurses in at night and that every day there are nurses.
Yes, no, I was asking for the duty roster for that weekend, whether you could provide the duty roster for that weekend.
Arinyana make sense ke se se kopang go go wena ke duty roster ya weekend e ya 6 and 7 August 2016 gore a mme ka re tlela yone na duty roster ya weekend ya 6 and 7 August 2016.
Yes, I think there are two hands here, Miss Marriott and Miss Pitlela. Yes.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, can I make a suggestion that Advocate Hassim provide a list of the information that's needed from Masego home? The witness that's currently testifying has retired. She's not at Masego full-time. And then Advocate Brophy can assist with the documentation, and then clarification can then be sought.
Okay, Miss Hassim, there you are.
Thank you. I will take up the suggestion of my learned friend. Thank you.
Can I hear Mr. Pitlela? I think there was a hand from Mr. Pitlela.
Malady, I think my concerns have been addressed by Miss Marriott.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're almost done, Mrs. Mokgosinyana. But before we are done, can you turn to paragraph 11 of the statement?
Paragraph 11 was statement.
In fact, what would be best is if you just read 11 and 12.
11, literal.
Yeah. Like, oh, I'm finished.
Thank Do you recall Mr. Collins?
Mr. Collins, ma? Yes, I do remember him.
The photographs that are attached to the statement, just like to take you there, my lady, it seems that they weren't scanned into the docket, but they are elsewhere in this record. If I could give you the page reference. It's on page 30422.
30422.
Actually, it starts at 30421, my apologies. Can someone please assist the witness to see the photographs?
Yeah, no, ma. What are the photographs in it? This is 30421. The photographs that are referring to it, this is 030421. Me wadi wana ma, mo kasinyane.
It's displayed on the screen for you. Can you see it?
Yes. Dia bona la mo screening ma. Wena wadi bona ko wena mama kosinyane. Yes, I can see the pictures, the photo.
So the first one was of Mr. Collins from 2012.
Yeah, no. Photo ya ntlha e bontsha ke photo ya Mr. Collins ya 2012. Ame wena wa di bona ko wena ma.
And the next,
I see the photos, yes.
And then the next three are Mr. Collins at Mosego home in 2016.
Tse tharo tse di latelang ke tsa gagwe a le ko Mosego home ka 2016. No, it's 2016, pardon me. 2016, tse tharo tse latelang. Wa di bona ma? I see the one at the bottom.
So on 30423, you can see that there's a wound or an injury on Mr. Collins's nose. Do you see?
Wa bona mo photo eo ya 30423. Gore gona le kgobalo mo dimgango ya ga Mr. Collins. Wa e bona? I see that.
And he looks quite thin and weak.
Le gore mo le yanong e lebega a le mo sesanenyana e bila le swaka.
Would you agree?
Ame wa dumelana le seo gore mo photong eo e lebega a le mo sesane e bila a le swaka.
Yes, I think Mr. Pitlela has got. There is just a second, ma'am. Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, I'm going to object on the question of relevance here. I mean, I don't see the relevance of this line of questioning. And also, I don't know how you are able to judge that a person is weak by looking at their picture. I can see the wound, yes, but the weakness I can't see. Maybe I'm missing something.
Ms. Hassan?
My lady, the witness can answer whether she saw the witness. She said she recalled the witness. So she's not going to base her answer only on the photographs. The photographs are here to assist her in reminding her. If she can't answer the question, she will say so.
Yeah, but okay, I hear that Mr. Pitlela's concern is that how do you ask a witness whether the person as she's seeing him on the photo is weak or not? How can she determine that by merely seeing the patient, the person? That's how I understood his objection, Mr. Pikela.
And relevance, my lady, I think on
Okay,
the issue of
that is
causation,
something else, yes.
on the issue of causation, I don't see the relevance of these questions on that issue that we are here to investigate, my lady.
Okay, Miss Hasim.
My lady, the evidence on the record is that he had sustained injuries and that he hadn't been cared for properly. And I'm trying to get there, and I would like to get there, and I do think it's relevant.
Okay.
I'm almost done. If I could have just a few minutes to wrap up, then the witness can be at least released from my cross-examination.
Well, can the witness just answer as he's looking at the photo? But I'm not talking about the question regarding whether he's weak or not. As you look at him on the photo, how do you see him? Miss, can you say something to us? Say for the injury that you have just identified on the nose, which is clearly visible on the photo.
Yeah, no, ma'am, how lebeletse Mr. Coletiano, kwa ntle ga go maka ka kgobalo e boneng go ena, ke eng se song gape se o ka buang ka sone, kapa se ka se bolelang court ka eng?
As you are looking on the photo, at the photo.
Yeah, how lebeletse photo ele ya gage.
Ntate Collins, makwana na lone ne re mo romela go clinic le go spetlele o setse a tswa go teng a rometse go teng.
Mr. Collins had his ailments that he had, and we took him to the clinic, to the hospital for the ailments that he had. January ko spetlele o sa robetse gape. Ma, ke go tlile sente ma mogose jana?
Askis
o itse ka spetlele e bile se tsa robetse le gore batla go spetlele kapa se tsa tswa teng.
Se tsa le go spetlele na se tsa tswa re mo rometse le go spetlele ka malwetse a go fapana.
We had also sent him to hospital for various ailments that he had, so he's also from hospital.
Continue, Mr. Hasim.
Yes, I'll move on. The next photograph.
Before, I just want to find out, because it's 11:28 now. I don't know whether, but just finish the witness first, and then we can take a break after that.
Lady, I don't anticipate being much longer.
Because yes, I just heard you that you are just about to finish. So I thought if you can just finish with the witness and then we take a break.
I support
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
So do you see that there's a wound on his forehead in this photograph?
Which photo now?
The one that's being displayed. It's at page 30423.
There is
30423.
Yes, you say, yes.
Wa bona na gore Mr. Collins mo o na le kgobalo?
I didn't pick that up from you, Miss Asim.
My lady, the wound on his forehead is what I'm pointing out to the witness.
On the?
On the forehead.
Mr. Collins mo phatleng ya gagwe na.
Okay.
Photo.
Can you see it, ma'am?
Yes, I do see it.
Do you
recall? Yes, I do see it.
Just a second, please.
Se tlhagella mo go ene ne re mo romela go tleliniking le go spetlele.
Yes, I do see the injury, and I am still saying that with whatever happened with or to Mr. Collins, we always took him to the hospital, took him to the clinic.
Continue.
So you would have seen at paragraph 12, just on that point that you make, in paragraph 12, where Mrs. Collins says that she called and asked that Frederick should be taken to hospital as he didn't look well. You just read that. And that the operator said that he was sleeping and that Sister Mavis would come in the morning and decide whether he needed to go to hospital. But he died the next morning.
Kero ba di mo paragraph 12 mo ne msadi a re wila phone na bua operator gore na batla gore call it site ko sepetlele me a boleliwa ge gore Sister Mavis ke no tlatlang ka mosho a tlo decide gore a mme wa ya sepetlele na mme be le gore ka tsatsi le latelang furu wa tlhokafala a kero e ba di le paragraph e o me
Ntate Collins ga tlhokofala phakela. Ntate Collins.
Mr. Collins did not pass on the next morning or in the morning.
O tlhokofetse ka di 7 ka 17 hours 20.
He passed on the 7th at 17 hours 20.
Just a second. Yes, Mr. Pichel, maybe I didn't notice your hand.
My lady, I just wanted to request for clarity on this aspect because is it being said that the pictures were taken that he died, or is it on a different date? Because I can't see the link with that statement. And whether wife details the same injuries that are being suggested here, or whether there's a link somehow.
Okay.
My lady, the injuries that are referred to by the wife are these injuries that these photos were attached to her statement, and they were taken on 6 August 2016. The day that she and her son visited Mr. Collins. My question had moved on. If I can.
Just before we go there, are you answered, Mr. Pichel?
My lady, I see on the photograph the date there is the 7th. On the photograph that I've been referred to, yes. There's a little notation, I think an attachment at the bottom, and dates are written there. I don't know if your ladyship can see the same thing that I'm seeing.
Just a second. There are notes that are written on the photos. Just a second. I want to go back to the first page. If we look at the first page, then something is said about, I think, 2012. This was what Mr. Sim put to the witness, 2012 Sasolbeck. This is now 34021. Then 30421, 30422. The date here is written as 7 August, Mosel home. And then 30423. The same date, 7th of August, is written there. Just want to go to the paragraph that we have been referred to in the statement. That page of the statement, what is the page, Miss?
15675. Lady.
o ile mama ko page 15675 ke di-paragraph tse ntse ba go refera ko tsone di mo page 15675.
No, no. In fact, the witness is not referred there. It's just the court that wants to check this here. What I pick up from the statement, this has been attached. The statement has been attached. The photos have been attached to the statement. But then the question is, do we know as to when they visited and when the photos were taken?
My lady, I think the best we have is the dates that are on the photos. They were taken.
Yes, I think we must just rely on the date, because the question then will be, does it mean that they visited there on the 6th or on the 7th?
It seems that they visited on the 7th. Since
Yes, it's not the 6th.
photographs.
If this is, okay, continue.
I'm sorry, my lady, if I can just go find where I was.
I haven't read the statement in full.
I was.
Mr. Pichela is correct, because there's the dates that I see on the photos is all of them, especially relating to the injuries. It's on these were the photos that were taken on the day, and one. But if that was the 7th of August, isn't it the 7th of August is the date of death?
That's correct, my lady.
Okay.
So, my lady, where I was that the witness had read the statement in paragraph 12, where his wife says that she called after the visit to say she was concerned and wanted him to be taken to hospital. And the witness said that he died in the evening at 17:20. And my question is, did he die at Mosego home?
Okay. You can proceed then.
Ma'am, did he die at Mosego home?
Mr. Collins, will I talk about Mosego home? Yes, he died at Mosego home.
Thank you.
That's 17 hours 20.
At 17 hours 20.
And do you recall speaking to his family on that day?
Mme wa gopola o bua le family ya gagwe ka letsatsi leo.
Ka di 7.
On the 7th.
A ke se ke buile le o mong wa bone.
On the 7th, I did not speak to any of his family members.
Did you speak to any of the family members the next day on the 8th?
Ka letsatsi le latelang ka di 8, mme o ile wa bua le o mong wa ko ga bone.
Ke kopa go bala statement se sa.
Can I read statements sa gago ma? Can I read the statement?
Yes. Are you referring to that statement that you have been referred to by the wife?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, you can do that. Can we then take this break to give her the opportunity to read the statement, and then we will resume once we are done. She can always tell us, normally we take the 15-minute break. If we can make it 20 minutes so that she can, after reading, she can also walk around, and then we'll start we are now, this is 11:40, we can start at 12 o'clock.
Until 12 o'clock gore o bale statement sa gago mme o itse ge gore o tlase ga kano ga o le tlase ga kano ya ka re ya tea breaking seo se ra gore ga o bue lope ka sentse o se paka kgotsa ka kgetsi e wa tlhaloganya mma.
Ke a tlhaloganya.
Understood. Witness is warned.
Okay, thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Where I don't see the interpreter. The peers are going to have problems here. Nelisiwe, where is the interpreter?
Judge, I'm still waiting for the interpreter.
No. But I've told her many times about the time.
Judge, I'll quickly give her a call to check up on her again.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Wa gopola ge mma gore o ntse o le tlase ga kano akere? Wa nkutlwa ma? Me? Yes, understood, my lady.
Continue, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, my lady. Ma'am, before we broke, the question I'd asked was whether you spoke to any of Mr. Collitz's family members on 8 August 2016.
Yeah, no. Potso no boditswe yone ke gore ka di 8 tsa August 2016. Mme no ile wa bua le batho ba go ba Mr. Collins na ka di 8 August 2016. Onkutlile ma?
Ka di 8. Tsa di 7. Ntse ke simolola ka gore policy ya rona ko mosego ke gore ha motho a tlhokofetse re founela ba ba nang le di-relative re founela di-families tsa bone immediately and yaanong nna for dimo fa ke bona gore around 17:30 that evening ya di 7 we were at around 7 I called and asked the operator to take Frederick and ka nako Frederick 17:20 na setse a tlhokofetse.
Our policy at Mosego is that when a person passes away there, we phone their relatives or their family members. So what I see is that on the 7th at 17:30, I did put through a call through the operator at that time. However, Frederick had already passed on at 17:30, the 7th.
Mr. Pitlela, I see you're
Yes.
just, I don't know what you're going to tell us. The witness has already responded. We can hear you.
No, my lady, I was just concerned with the interpretation of what she said. Because
Okay.
I didn't hear her say she made the call. She indicated that
She's reading a
when the
statement,
person
Mrs.
died-
Interpreter. She's reading the statement that she said she requested the court to look at.
Oh, I see.
She
that.
says, I see here on the statement.
Yes, my lady.
If you can
Oh, no.
interpret that properly, or the witness can just explain it properly.
Okay, mme. Ke kopa o boeletse so no fetsa go se bua. Ke utlwa judge a lokisa gore mowa so fetsa go se bua yaanong o ntse o bala statement se se mo pele ga gago.
Ke statement 12.
Statement.
Sorry. Around 17:30 that evening,
Yes.
I called and asked the operator to take Frederick to hospital as he did not look well.
Okay, this is what is written on the statement.
Yaanong ke nna ke araba gore Fred o tlhokofetse ka 1720
On which day? On the 7th
ka di 7
of August.
ka letsatsi le ba tlileng ka lone ba etile ka lone.
Okay. Yaanong so se balang wa re o kopile teleoperator gore a ise Frederick ko sepetlele.
No.
No.
What she's
What?
reading is the statement from the deceased's wife that states that she is the one who contacted the hospital. She spoke to the operator.
7th. I understand now, my lady, the statement that we read earlier on. And then,
Continue. Yes.
My lady, but my question,
No. We're not yet there. Let her do the correct interpretation.
the witness is reading that at 17:30, from reading there, the statement it stated, 17:30, I contacted the teleoperator saying that, or seeing that Frederick was not well. Frederick had to be taken to hospital. Now, further, what I'm gathering from the witness is that on that date, Frederick la sa tlhokafetse ka date eo ya statement sa mosadi. Go tlhalogantse sentle ma? Ka notes tsa ka kwetse ya.
Ka nako e mosadi ya founang ka yone ka 17:30 Frederick na se tsa tlhokofetse.
However, at that time, when Mrs. Collins made that call at 17:30, Mr. Frederick had already passed on.
Thank you. Just hold it there. Ms. Hasim?
thank you, my lady. Did you speak to any family members of Mr. Collins on 8th August 2016?
At the 8th of August 2016, Amme wile wa bua le o mongwe wa ka gabo Mr. Collins na.
Ke buile le o mongwe wa bo Mr. Collins ka gore ne ba batla di arrange ba botsa ka gore di arrangements go berekiwa yang ga go na le motho o tlhokofetseng ko mosego.
I spoke to a family member because that is when that person wanted to know what are the arrangements at Mosego when a person has passed on.
Was that on the 8th?
I mean, the 80th, how no bua le motho o.
Ne ile ka di 8.
Yes, it was on the 8th.
Just hold it there. Continue.
Did you call the family member or did the family member call you?
Yeah, no, I make way now of phone it o wa lesika kapa ke o wa lesika o ilanga go phone.
Ke bone ba founile disika la gagwe.
It is the family that phoned.
Thank you. Just one last thing, ma'am. Are you a psychiatric nurse?
Amme wena me o psychiatric nurse. No.
Are any of the nurses who were employed at Mosego at the time, 2016, were any of them psychiatric nurses?
Amme di nurse tse ne le ko Mosego ka 2016 o teng ne le psychiatric nurse.
Na le teng.
Yes, there was.
How many were there?
E ne le ba ikae.
Ne a le mongwe.
It was one.
And what was his or her name?
Leina la gagwe ke mang?
I can't comment.
Do you not know the name?
Ga o le itse leina la gagwe?
I can't comment.
I can't comment.
Are you saying that you don't remember the name of the person?
A me wa re ga o sa gopola lebitso la motho o?
Yaka ke buile ke re mo pointing I can't comment more yon.
As I said, on that point, I cannot comment.
I'm trying to understand why you can't comment. It's because you don't remember the name?
Yaanong a re ke leka go tlhaloganya gore gobaneng o sa kgone go commenta. A mme lebaka e ka tswa e le gore ga o sa gopola lebitso?
I can't comment.
Okay, can we leave it?
I'll leave it there. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Who is next now? Ms. Mjelele?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, are you there?
As court pleases, my lady, I also do not have any questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Sivara? Mr. Sivara, Mr. Makani? Are they there? Mr. Sivara was there this morning, isn't it?
He was, my lady.
Okay, can one of you check with him as to what is happening? Or any of them? Mr. Makani, are you there? Ms. Sabuku, do you have questions to the witness? Is she also not there? Am I talking alone? Ms. Ramaimela?
May it please the court, my lady? We do not have questions for this witness.
Can you, Ms. Mahlapi, can you check with Ms. Sabuku as to what is happening? Maybe she's not part of the proceedings today.
I will quickly check with her. She was available in the morning, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Toka, are you there?
Yes, my lady. My lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Maite?
May it please you, my lady, I do not have any questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Shamangu?
As a court pleases, my lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady, I too do not have any questions for this witness.
Mr. Manamela, thank you. Mr. Manamela? Is he there today? No response. Then we have got Mr. Profi. Mr. Profi?
As the court pleases, I have quite a bit of questions, but it's merely more putting into context the version of the director of a home, being Ms. Mohocha, and just a few minor aspects I will endeavor to be done before lunch. I'll do my best. May I proceed, my lady?
Yes, you may proceed.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Ebenezer Profi. I appear on behalf of the director of Mustafa Home.
Re Profi, are on behalf ya director ya Mustafa Home.
You did report to Ms. Mohocha during your term at employment at Mustafa Home.
Me ya lo ge gore o ile o no reporta go go Miss Mohoje nako e lo no theogela ko Mustafa Home.
Ko Mustafa Home ne go na le management e ne le ko godimo ga rona gore ko facility ne go na le management e ne re reporta direct ko yone ka gore na le gaufi le rona.
At Mustafa Home, there was management that was above us, and then at facilities, they were above us, and we were reporting to them rather, because they were near us.
You had testified that you started.
Just a second. So you didn't report to Ms. Mohojo? Is that what you are saying, so that we can follow your evidence?
Ya ya gago a mme e re nnyaya ga o senke o reporta go go Miss Mohoje.
Ka line of communication ne ke reporta o management ya facility.
With line of communication, I was reporting to the management at facility.
Okay.
You had testified that you started working at Mustafa Home from February 2011. Do you recall that?
February 2011, yes.
Where did you work before you started working at Mustafa Home?
Ya no pele ga gore bereka ko Mustafa Home no bereka kae?
Ke ne ke bereka ko Life Esidimeni Randfontein Care Center.
Life Esidimeni Randfontein Care Center.
What was your position there?
O ine le eng position ya gago ko teng?
Ne ke le nurse, professional nurse.
Professional nurse.
What were your duties?
Mmereko ga gone le go etsa eng?
Ko Life Esidimeni.
Yes. The question is about Life Esidimeni.
Ko Life Esidimeni ke etsang nursing care.
I was doing nursing care at Life Esidimeni.
Was your ability to care for patients at Life Esidimeni ever questioned?
Ya no me ga no bereka ko Life Esidimeni go kile ga ba le dipotso mabapi le bokgoni ba gago ba go bereka ya ka nursing care ko teng.
No.
Given that experience that you provided patients at Life Esidimeni, was that any different to the care you provided at Mustafa Home?
Ya no how level experience ya gago o no bereka ya ka nursing care ko Life Esidimeni. A mme se no se dira ko teng ne se sa tshwane le no se dira ko Mustafa Home.
Ne se tshwane.
It was the same.
That's all the time. Continue.
In relation to the staff now back to Mustafa Home, 80% of the enrolled nursing staff was also previously employed by Life Esidimeni. Do you agree with that?
Como se ho mo amme go yalo gore 80% ya manese a go teng e ne le manese ana bereka go Life Esidimeni pele ga gore ba be como se ho amme o dumelana le seo?
Ee, ke dumelana le sona.
Yes, I agree with it.
Yes, already there. Continue.
So the nursing staff had experience in the standard of care expected.
Ya no seo se ra gore nursing staff eo e na le experience malebana le se ne se leteletsegile ya ka nursing a etsang nursing care.
Ya dumela.
I agree.
And they even, because of them working at Life Esidimeni, they even knew some of the users from Life Esidimeni.
Ya no ka lebakeng la gore ba ne ba bereka ko Life Esidimeni ne ba itse ba bang ka lebakeng la gore nna ba bereka ko Life Esidimeni.
Ee, ke nnete.
Yes, it is correct.
Whilst working at Life Esidimeni, what records were you provided in taking care of the users as a nurse?
Ya no ko Life Esidimeni ne o fiwa eng ya ka di-record tsa batho ba ba berekisang Life Esidimeni.
Di-records tse ne re nna le tsone mo fileng ya patient.
In the patient's file, the records that we had was
Ne nna gore go na le periodical.
There was a periodical.
Ne re go gore le admission form e a tswang ka yone ko sepetlele sa tswang ko sona.
The admission form that the patient arrives with from the hospital that they would be from.
That's already there.
The person, rather.
When you say periodical, are you referring to the periodical reports concerning the patient?
Periodical report A.
Yes, I'm referring to periodical reports.
That's already there. And the discharge forms, you are talking about the discharge forms from the hospital where the patient was prior to him or her being admitted at Life Esidimeni.
Discharge form ke tswang ko sepetlele ko patient a na le ko sone pele ga gore a tle ko Life Esidimeni. E sa o buang ka sone? Yes.
Unatla atla pele atla le LOA form.
LOA form.
Leave, yeah, leave.
First, it will come with a LOA form, a leave form.
Is that all?
And make it on a fella too.
It's in the form of more filing a patient in a rebali prescription.
Some of the forms that we had in the file, we would have the prescription.
The assessment form, assessment form A to anke doctor wa malwetse a mmele.
An assessment form filled in by the doctor who knows medical ailments.
re tla nna le formo e rona re assessang patient manese.
And then there would also be the form that we, the nurses, would be assessing the patients.
Re ba le formo go nna le formo ya visitors ya gore o etelwa ga etelwa family ne kwala.
There would also be a visitor's form. When the visitors or the family would come, they would write in there.
Ne go nna le formo ya social worker.
A social worker's form.
Continue, Mr. Prophet.
Madam, I just confirm from the witness that that's the end of the list.
If it's a list,
yeah, occupational therapies.
In the form of the occupational therapist.
Now, while you were working at Masego Home from 2011 to 2015, were you provided with that same quality of documents as you just explained to the court?
Yeah, no, na kwa iberekileng ko Masego Home go tsa February 2011 go go fitlhe 2015. Mme we wa fiwa tsone di form tse di tshwanang le tseo fetsang go di bua ka tsone?
Yeah.
No.
Which ones were missing?
Ne go tlhaela dife?
Gore tsene di le teng ne le LOA form.
What was there was the LOA form.
The discharge form.
The discharge form.
Prescription
form.
Hana a etelwa ne ba re fa yone form eo ya go etelwa ga visitors form.
When the person would have visitors, would then be given that form. It is a task form.
Ha se ba botlhe ba ne re tla kra di periodical report ne ba bang ba ne ba na le tsone ba bang ne ba sena tsone.
It is not with all that we would have periodical reports. Some of them did have them, some of them did not.
Ene ba ne ba na le tsone nako engwe no tla kra ile gore periodical report ya teng engwe ke a khale.
And with some of those that had the periodical forms, one would find that those were old.
What is the consequence of receiving a user without a periodic report?
Ya ditlamorago ke eng ya go fumana motho a berekisang lefelo lele mme a sena yone periodical form?
Periodical form e go thusa gore o itse gore patient ke patient ka gore mo teng go tla kwa mo periodical report ba kwala gore patient admitilwe leng the first time.
With the periodical report, it is where it will help you because there is where you would find when was the first time that the patient was admitted.
O tla kra gape le present report ya patient e mo periodical report gore ke motho itshwereng yang.
You would also get a present report in that periodical form that is going to inform you about what kind of a behavior or what is the behavior of that patient.
O tla kra gape le physical report ya gagwe gore o tshwere ke malwetse a ntseng yang ya ka bo pelo bo sukiri bo high blood le gore o mo
You'd also get a physical report that is going to inform you about any kind of ailments that the patient would have, things like heart condition, sugar or high blood.
O tla kry-a gape le gore a na motho o na le batho ba kwa bone na.
You also get information to know if that person has his relatives or his family members.
I don't know whether your question has been answered, but I think the witness can clarify us. We hear all this information. If I may, this question, Mr. Profi wants to understand as to what is the consequence of receiving a user without a periodical form, or periodical report.
Also in a lehore, ditlamorago e ka ba ne di ba eng ha ile gore o fumana motho o berekisang lefelo mme a sena yone periodical report.
Ga o itse gore motho pele ne le motho na itshwere yang.
One would not know what was the behavior of that person before.
Okay.
Would the answer be the same for the consequence for a outdated periodic report?
Ditlamorago ne di tlabe di tshwana ha ile gore periodical report e ke ya kgale.
Ga ile ya kgale ne di ka se tshwane.
If it would be an old one, it would not be the same.
What do you mean by that?
Ora goreng ha re ne di ka se tshwane.
Akere ba bang behavior ya bone ya improve ya change.
The thing is, with some of them, their behavior changes.
You then wouldn't be aware of this behavioral change if the periodic is outdated.
Seo se ra gore o ka se ke wa itse ka phetogo ya behavior ya motho o ha ile gore periodical report ya gagwe ke kgale. Yes.
Do you have a list of users whose periodic reports were not there or outdated?
Mme o na le yone list ya batho ba ne ba dirisa lefelo be leng gore periodical report sa bone ne di seyo kgotsa e le gore e ne le tsa kgale. No.
Just hold it there. Continue.
I know it's been some time, but can you recall any users that periodic reports were missing or outdated?
Mme wa gopola ba dirisa ba lefelo be ne le gore di periodical reports tsa bone ne di seyo kgotsa e ne le gore ke tsa kgale.
I
cannot remember.
There was enough nursing staff to take care of the number of patients at Masego Home, correct?
Come again?
The staff to user ratio was sufficient.
Manese a ko Masego Home a na lekane go ka bereka batho kapa badirisi ba lefelo leo. Yes, they were enough.
And the staff was professional and competent.
Yeah, maybe the whole staff sa teng, ne staff se ne sena le bokgoni, ebile se le professional.
Now, can we turn to page 37494? This is in relation to the non-marathon deaths.
Page 37494.
We are there, Mr. Profi. I don't know whether the witness is already there.
Mr. Fitile, ma'am, go page 37494.
You had testified that these.
Just a second. Has the witness? Did she manage to get the page?
Officially, ma'am, go page 37.
Yes,
I am there.
You had testified that you labeled these non-marathon users because they were admitted in 2015. Do you recall?
They would be for the non-marathon users before 2015. Yes.
Do you recall, in respect of these 9 users, the movement of the users?
Yeah, no, wa hopola na movement ya bone batho ba ina bao.
What I mean by that is you had testified that some users didn't settle in well.
Yeah, no, are ke botsa seo ka bane o ile wa re ba bang ba ba berekisang lefelo leo ga ba zange ba settle in sentle.
So were any of these users admitted and then sent to another facility and sent back to Maseko home?
Yeah, no, amme ge ba ile ba admitiwa ba iswa kwa lefelong le lengwe ba ba busiwa gape kwa Maseko home.
Ba ba leng mo listing e ga se ba ba busitsweng ba re kileng ra ba busa ke ba tlileng ka 2016.
The ones on the list are not the ones that were brought back. The ones that were brought back are those in the year 2016.
What do you mean by brought back?
Ya no haure go busiwa ora gore
Ke gore di patient ga di tliswa go Mosego ne di tla di le gore di tla ka leave ya matsatsi a 30.
The thing is, when patients would be brought to Mosego home, they would be brought with a leave of 30 days.
E le gore ga ba sa itshware sentle ba boela morago gape go life Esidimeni.
And with that, meaning that if they do not behave themselves well, they will be going back to life Esidimeni.
Can you explain with regard to these ones on the list, relating to your answer that you've just given, so that we can understand how you explain brought back?
Yeah, no, but tlhalosa mo listing e ka tlhaloso fetsang go bua ya go busiwa ga batho.
In relation to what you have just explained with regard to those that were who didn't behave well, who were sent to life Esidimeni, as you have just testified.
Mabapi le tlhaloso fetsang go bua ge gore ga ile gore ba sa itshware sentle ba busetsa ko life Esidimeni.
Do you understand?
Wa
Ke bua ya ka Alfred Fredericks o tlile ga busetswa morago.
I'll refer to Alfred Fredericks. He came and he was never taken back.
Just a second. Just a second. Alfred Fredericks, this is Mr. Collis.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Collis. Yes.
What about him?
Mr. Collis.
Kere ene wa mokgetlo ko Mosego ga ra mo busetsa morago.
He was admitted, accepted at Mosego, and he was never taken back.
Gerald Meyer le ene.
Gerald Meyer too.
Dani Malani le ene.
Dani Milan too.
Paul Kubela, Sipo.
Paul Kubega, Sipo.
So all of them.
Babote.
You can continue. You were at Sipo Mutlwatsi.
Yes. He was never taken back.
Le Howard Ndlovu.
Howard Ndlovu.
Solomon Moatse le ene ga boela morago.
Solomon Moatse too did not go back.
Lucas Motshweni le ene ga boela.
Lucas Motshweni.
Le Johannes Senegal ga boela.
Johannes Senegal too.
So it's all 9 of them.
9 ewa. Yeah.
So all 9 you wanted to be taken back by Life Esidimeni.
Can you repeat yourself?
So all 9 she wanted to be taken back to Life Esidimeni.
I mean 9 yotlhe. Ono batla gore bisetse ko Esidimeni.
My lady, before
that is not the question. Just a second, Mr. Van Bergen.
My lady.
I don't understand your question, Mr. Profi. That is not what the witness is saying.
But I want clarity on what the witness is.
Yes, what I understood, the witness can explain, but don't put words in the witness' mouth. What the witness has just testified here is that these 9 patients were admitted at Mosego and they were never transferred or taken back to any other place. Immediately they were admitted. Am I correct, Ms. Mokhosinian?
Mokhosinian, go yalo gore puo ya gago e re ba 9 ba ile ba admitiwa ko Mosego home ebile ga ba buisetswa plekeng engwe kapa ba fitisetswa gape ko plekeng engwe. Yes.
Yes. And then can I hear Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. That was the point I wish to make. Your ladyship has covered it.
Continue, Mr. Profi.
So these 9 stayed at Mosego and they all fit in and you never sent them back to another facility.
Yeah, no, by 9 ba ile ba amogela ko Mosego home ba fitla ba nna sentle le lefelo ba le tryla sentle ga ba ntshiwa ba iswa gape ko lefelong le lengwe go yana.
Ga wa transferelwa ko lefelong le lengwe.
Yes, they were never transferred to any other place.
Did they all settle in well and you wanted them all to remain at Mosego home?
Yeah, no, amme ba botlhe ba ile ba fitla ba nna ko lefelong sentle ba le tryla sentle ba settle in sentle ebile no sa batle gore ba ka isiwa ko le leng gape lefelo.
Ba settlile sentle ko Mosego.
Yes, they settled well at Mosego.
In your evidence in chief, you had said that Milan. No, it's that Milan was problematic and didn't obey the rules.
Yeah, no, but mo paking ba gago no simolo ile re Milan yena ga setla sentle ko Mosego ebile na sa latele a sa phete melao ya teng.
Ke kopa go sheba sheet ya.
Can I look at?
My lady, may I perhaps just at this point just raise the question as it was put is not a complete question. It doesn't completely encapsulate the witness's evidence. The witness's evidence, to my recollection, was that Mr. Milan had been problematic and didn't obey rules because he didn't want to keep to the prescribed smoking regulations.
Yes, that was it.
That was what the evidence was.
Yes, but it looks like now it hasn't been put to the witness the way she put it in her evidence in chief. Mr. Profi?
Mayor, I'll rephrase. In respect of the evidence you gave about Milan and the smoking rules, you still wanted to keep him, even though he didn't obey the rules.
Yeah, no mabapi le Malane, o nontse o batla gore a nne kwa ko Mosegogong le ga ile gore melao ya go tsuba ona sa e latele.
E ne se Mr. Malane wa go tsuba. E ne le o mongwe wa ba tlileng ka 2016 ke gore lebitso la patient la ene patient
It was not Mr. Milan. It was one patient that came in 2016. Let me check for the patient's name.
Nicholas Jamnik.
Yeah.
Nicholas Jamnik.
Continue, Mr. Profi.
In your affidavit, under which, so he appears under the users that died at Masego.
Yeah. No.
Who?
Nicholas Jamnik.
Okay. Nicholas Jamnik. Mme ke o mongwe tlhagelang mo tlase ga list ya ba ba ileng ba tlhokafala go yone facility ya Masego? Yes.
Just hold it there. Continue.
So Nicholas didn't obey the rules, and would you have wanted to send him to another facility?
Ya no Nicholas o na sa retse melao ya pleke o no batla go misa go plekeng e nngwe facility e nngwe.
Nicholas Jamnik o tlile la ntlha a boela ko life Esidimeni a tla gape la bobedi ka marathon.
Nicholas came the first time and then went back to Esidimeni and then came now the second time with the marathon. With the marathon. That is when he came for the second time and then he passed away.
Let's hold it there. Did I understand your evidence to be that Mr. Nicholas Yamik came to your facility for the first time? He was sent back to life Esidimeni. He came back during the marathon project and then passed on.
Nicholas o ile a tla la ntlha kwa Masego a ba bisetsa kwa life Esidimeni a ba tla la bobedi yaanong ka project e ya marathon a ba tlhokafala koa.
Okay.
Why was he sent back to life Esidimeni?
Yaanong go baneng a la bisetsa kwa life Esidimeni?
O buseditswe ko life Esidimeni ka gore na le na tshwenya ntate Jamniki a sa utlwelle melao ya go tsuba.
He was taken back to Life Esidimeni because he was problematic. He was not keeping up with the smoking rules or not abiding with the smoking rules.
Can I speak to Advocate Sibuku speaking?
Yes, please don't interrupt us, Ms. Sibuku. Please, it's fine. You were not there at the time. You'll let me later. Can we continue with the witness?
A batla go ya le ko toropong ka nako ya gagwe.
He also wanted to go to town at his own time.
So despite you sending him back to Life Esidimeni because he couldn't fit in, he came back again with the marathon project, correct?
Yeah, no. Le high lo gore ila bisetsa ko Life Esidimeni e le gore ha settle in ko Masego. Me ile ra go ba le project marathon. A ba boa gape a tla ko Masego. Yes.
So did they? Yes.
Now, ma'am, are there any other uses that you can think of? Sorry, my lady, am I still present? Can my lady hear me?
Continue. If we had a problem, we would have alerted you, Mr. Prof.
Now, are there any other users like Mr. Malik who were admitted at Masego home, referred back to Life Esidimeni, and then came back again with the marathon project?
Ame ba teng ba gape ba tshwanang le ene ba e leng gore ba ile ba fika ko Masego home ba bisetsa ko Life Esidimeni ba boa gape ka project marathon.
O mongwe wa bona ne le Ishmael Makwe.
Ishmael Makwe is one of them.
Makwe.
Anybody else?
Only those.
Is it, you said Ishmael Makwe?
We take Ishmael Makwe.
Yes, Mr. Prophet.
Life Esidimeni had closed down, so there was nowhere for you to send the problematic users back to.
Yeah, no, Life Esidimeni in this situation. There was a record no sena gore ba ne ba tshwenya o ka ba busetsa ko teng gape. Yes.
Now, of the new users that arrived, which ones were problematic that you would have wanted to send back to Life Esidimeni had it not closed?
Yeah, no, mo ba ntšha ba ileng ba fitlha ba feng ba ne ba tshwenya ba no ka lakatsa go busetsa ko Life Esidimeni a ine le gore ga ya tswana.
Ke santse ne ke share.
We're still looking.
Ne ke kopa gore o tswe gape.
Can you repeat your question again?
The new users that arrived with the marathon project, were there any users that didn't fit in that you would have wanted to send back to Life Esidimeni?
Yeah, no more bantšha ba ileng ba fitlha le marathon project. Ba teng ba ne le gore ne ba sa fiti in ba sa settle ko plekeng bo no ka lakatsa go ba buisetsa kwa Life Esidimeni ga ene sampana le teng.
Thata e ne le di-patient tse ne di tsuba.
Mostly it was the patients, they were smoking.
Ka gore ne ba batla go tsuba nako e nngwe le e nngwe ba sa batle go itlwaela.
Because they wanted to smoke anytime. They didn't want to listen to the time set.
What about users who had chronic illnesses and comorbidities?
Yeah, no. Ba ine le gore ba kula ebile ba na le di-comorbidities. Bone.
Nicholas Jamniki ene nanade hypertension.
Nicholas Jamniki had hypertension.
Atsuba.
He was smoking.
John Matoko. Ene una tshwere ke diabetes.
He was diabetic.
Hypertension.
I had hypertension.
And on admission, HT ya gage e ne ile 14. Mara re kgona.
His HT was 14.
And ya go tlase ka further treatment.
It went down with further treatment.
And then Daniel Milan. Ene o ntse nako e nyane ko Life Esidimeni gore o ntse 2 months fela ko Life Esidimeni ebe ba mo romela ko Moseo.
He only stayed for 2 months at Life Esidimeni and was then sent to Mosego.
Now, before the marathon project, would Masego Home have accepted such chronically ill or users with comorbidities?
Yeah, no. Can you come again, Advocate Profi?
Okay. Let me rephrase. The witness had testified of the procedure followed before the marathon.
Yeah, no, but ono sa so tlhalositse ka tsamaiso pele ga project marathon project.
With the procedure with the social workers, with Life Esidimeni, that's on record.
Tsamaiso mabapi le di-social workers le ko Life Esidimeni.
My question is, these users who were chronically ill and suffered from comorbidities, before the marathon project, would Masego Home have accepted such users?
Yeah, no, ba na leng di-chronic illness le ba di comorbidities. Pele ga project marathon amme Masego Home ine ka ba amogela na.
Ne ntse ba amogelwa di-patient tse di tse di tshwereng ke high blood mare ba ne re sa ba tsenele ba sukiri.
We were still accepting patients that had high blood. The ones that we were not taking were those with sugar diabetes.
That's all there. If it's 1 o'clock now, just a second. You can warn the witness. I think we can take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2 o'clock.
Okay, emisiwa for lunch until 2 o'clock. Mem o itsege gore o mo tlase ga kano, ga wa tshwanela gore o bue le ope ka sampane se direga mo court. Wa tlhaloganya mo. Understood me?
Thank you. The court will take a lunch adjournment. Thank you.
As the court pleases.
We'll resume at 2 o'clock.
May it
My lady, before Nelisiwe puts us back on record, may I just address the court?
Before you do that, please. Ms. Mokgosinyane, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
Waiting for you, Mr.
But I'd hoped to address
Profi.
this off the record, and I tried to get a hold of the evidence leader, but I just want to ask the court, in respect of the witness, concern has been expressed to me in relation to her health, that they just want confirmation from the witness that she has taken her required medication, as her disposition this morning is worrying to many of those who are watching. That's the message I was asked to convey.
Where did you get that?
Miss Mohojo called me and advised that the witness is on medication and she's displaying signs of when they know her to get ill. So they're just concerned.
She can always tell us, isn't it, if she has got a problem. She has been testifying, and we have been trying to be lenient to her by giving her time. Yes, if she's tired or if she has got a problem, she's not forced to testify. If she feels that she's not well, she can tell us. The date can always be arranged. I don't know what you're saying. Okay.
I mean,
she can confirm. Is it correct what Mr. Prof is saying, Ma'am Mokgosinyane?
Ma'am Mokgosinyane, re Profi a re o kreile molaetsa wa gore ga wa tsoga sentle gongwe tla tlhoka nako ya gore o nwe melemonyana o tle o nne sentle. Yaanong judge ba tla go botsa gore a mme go ya lona ga wa tsoga sentle.
Ke nwele melemo ya ka ya high blood.
Okay.
Bothata ke mo matlhong.
I have taken my high blood medication. The problem is with my eyes.
What about the eyes, me?
Bothata ke eng ka matlho?
Nako nngwe o ka re ga ke bone sentle.
Some
nako nngwe ga ntse ke bala ga ke bone sentle.
Sometimes when I am reading, I am not seeing properly.
Yes, you must advise the court when you encounter problems.
Welcome.
I don't mean to pressurize the witness, but if the witness can just indulge me till 3, then we can continue.
Can I do my job, Mr. Profi? You will get your opportunity. You have requested me. You brought things that the court is not even aware of. So I'm busy with the witness.
Apologies.
Not of just budging while the court is talking. It's another problem. Mrs. Mokgosinyane, don't be afraid to tell the court your situation. You are not forced to be here. You are here because you want to assist the court. If you have got a problem, you must tell us, right? We shouldn't keep you for a very long time.
Mrs. Mokgosinyane, judge are o bue ga ona le bothata. O itse gape gore ga wa pateletsa gore o bo lefa, o tlile fa gore fela o tlo thusa court mo inquiring e. Yaanong ba re ga ona le bothata, o bue gore court e tlo kgona go bona gore ka go thusa yang. Ke a utlwana Mrs. Mokgosinyane? Okay. Understood.
You will bear with us. We didn't know that you also have problems with your eyes. We kept on saying, read such and such a paragraph. So had we known, we would have just asked the counsel to read that paragraph to you.
Yeah, no. Just re kopa tshwarelo na ba sa itse gore o na le mathata ka matlho. Ga ne ba itsitse yana ba tswa go kopa gore o ba le kwana, o ba le lekwana, o ba le paragraph ele. Ga ga ne ba itsitse re be le ba kopa advocate gore a bale mo go tswang wena o ba le teng.
Is that clear?
Understood.
We understand that you are elderly, even to give evidence where you feel that you are tired, like what you did on Friday, you indicate to us, and then we'll know that we're not going to keep you for long.
Yeah, no, a re go tshwana la go ikutlwa gore o lapile, o se o kgatetse. A re bue gore o kgatetse. Jaaka o le freitaga, gore ba se ka go tshola fa nako e telele e le gore se o lapile yana. Ga o tlala. Understood.
I think I'll allow Mr. Profi to continue. If he's not done, I think we can break at 3 o'clock today, and then we come back again at 10 o'clock tomorrow, if we're not done with you.
Yeah, no, but re Profi, but I'm for sure no for at le pele go be 3 o'clock today. Ga le gore tla ba sa fetsa ka tsheko, go tla tswelela gape pele ka mosho. Understood.
All right, Mr. Profi.
I'm indebted to the court for the consideration, my lady. Ma'am, before we took the lunch adjournment, we were addressing the users and their comorbidities. The question I wanted to pose is that so users with illnesses other than diabetes should not have been sent to Masego Home. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, how no bua ge o ile wa re ba ba berekisang lefelo e ne le ba diabetes fela bona go sa tshwanela gore ba tliswe go Masego Home.
Ke kopa go sheba mabitso a bone.
Can I please look at this paper or look for their names?
Before you do that, I just want to understand, I don't think this was your evidence. Just confirm with me if this was your evidence before we took the lunch adjournment.
Yeah, no. Ba re batla fela gore o netefatse gore tota ke ka mokgwa o pakileng ka teng pele ga gore re ye luncheng. O ile wa re ga o bua ka malwetse a chronic o bore mo malwetseng a chronic ba ne le sa banke fela ke ba sugar diabetes ko Masego.
And you also admitted those which who had high blood.
Me e le gore ba high blood bone la ba amogela.
Ne re sa amogele le ba ne ba taka ka di-wheelchair.
Even those that are coming on wheelchairs, we are not accepting or admitting them.
Thank you, ma'am. So,
just a second. Continue.
Ms. Mogoje will testify that in addition to the 2 users you had mentioned that you would have sent back, being Mr. Yannick and Mr. Ishmael Makwe, you testified that those 2 you would send back.
I don't understand your question. In addition to those 2, and then what? Just rephrase it properly.
But I was hoping that the translator would translate so that my question...
Yes, let it be clear first before she translates, I don't think.
That in addition to those 2, the following users would have also been referred back.
Yeah, no, go tlaleletsa mo ba babedi. Pale, le ba babedi ba, le bone le batla buisetsa go morago. Ishmael, the other one would be?
It's Ishmael Make and Mr. Yannick.
Le Ishmael Make, le Mr. Yannick.
Before the witness responds, I don't understand this question, Mr. Profi. Let me understand your question first.
Marina had asked the witness from the list of all the users, which would she have referred back to Life Esidimeni? She had testified that those are the two she would have referred back. So what I'm now asking the witness is that Mrs. Mokgojo's evidence is that in addition to those two, the following users would have also been sent back.
Okay.
Because they needed a more structured environment than an NGO could provide.
Ya no bare mo no setse o ba biditse a mme go yalo gore now I've missed it, Mr. Profi. I got it the first time, now I missed it. Can you repeat?
That the following users would have been sent back because they needed a more structured environment than what an NGO could provide.
Ya no e be le gore ha o tla le letsa ka ba babedi ba bo Mr. Janik le Ishmael le bone ke boneng ka be ba bisitse morago ka obane ba tlhoka pleke e leng gore NGO ha e kgone gore e ka ba tshola ba tlhoka pleke e sa tshwaneng le NGO ya ka e sena bokgoni ba go ba tshola.
Jonathan Mutapo.
Where are you reading? Which page are you reading?
I'm not reading from a page, my lady. I'm just giving her the names, but I can refer.
Mutapo.
I will refer, my lady, to the page with the name on it, if I may just be given a second to just
I'm
find.
on the page that lists the non-marathon ones.
He would
Lady,
be
can
on
be
page
on
37496.
Page?
37496, number 7.
Yes, what is the response by the witness?
May I finish the question?
I thought it was okay. Continue. I thought it was complete.
The reason that she would have sent him back is because he had cardiac difficulty.
Referring to this particular one.
Correct, my lady.
Ya no a mme go yalo ge gore o ba reng ke Jonathan Mothapo yena na tla buisetsa morago ka bana na le mathata a pelo.
Yes.
His feet were also swelling up. He came swollen up.
Does she agree that he would also have been referred back to Life Esidimeni?
Ya no a mme wa dumela gore le yena Jonathan owa o na tla buisetsa morago ko Life Esidimeni. Yes.
Kaona le treatment ya gagwe nanwa treatment ke tlang ke Lasix, slow K le digoxin. Lasix, slow K, digoxin. Digoxin a motho a le mo tshwanetse o tsaye pulse pele before mo fa treatment.
Because his medication was medication that needed one to take their pulse first before giving them their treatment. The treatment is called Droxin. Or repeat treatment to be saying in ma'am?
Droxin.
It's called Droxin.
Can you spell that? Droxin.
Okay, peleta Droxin.
G-I.
G.
G-I. G-I.
G-I.
G-O.
G-O.
X-I-N.
X-I-N. Droxin.
Droxin.
What does this mean?
Treatment ya bolwetse ba pelo.
It is treatment for a heart condition.
Yes.
And someone with a heart condition is not suitable for an NGO, correct?
Ya no motho o na leng bolwetse ba pelo ga a siamela gore a be ko NGO. A mme go yalo?
Go yalo.
Yes, that is correct.
Then the second user that she would have referred back is Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Slabati, she's number 4 on page 37495.
Rebecca Shabati.
Rebecca Shabati.
And the basis.
Can we leave the witness to testify, Mr. Profi? Continue, Mrs. Mahosinen.
Rebecca Shabati le ene na na le bolwetse ba pelo.
Rebecca Shabati also had a heart condition.
And then Nalimo wheelchair.
She was on a wheelchair.
Yes. The question was, would you have taken her back to life Esidimeni?
Esidimeni. Yes.
Then Lucas Mutswaneng.
Lucas Mutswaneng, yena.
He is number 8 on page 37494. Ms. Mahoja's evidence. May I proceed, Madam?
She has not yet responded. Can we hear her?
Lucas Mutswaneng. Lucas Mutswaneng, haremo admita, unana anale staggering gate.
When we admitted Lucas Mutswaneng, he had a staggering gait. He could not walk properly.
And then le mokokotla gagwe no le bent.
His back was bent.
And then anale and old cranial trauma.
He also had an old cranial trauma.
And then le puo ya gagwe ne se na sa kgone go bua sentle.
His speech was also not all right. He could not speak properly.
So not slow.
He was walking slow.
And hape anali ile motho ne a itsenyetsa.
He also swore on himself.
You would then agree that he should have also been sent back to life Esidimeni.
Amme wa dumela ge gore le ena ona tshwanetse gore a buisetswe ko life Esidimeni. Yes.
Then John Muluko. I will get the
John who, Mr. Propi?
More.
John Masoko, that is number 6 on page 37495.
O latelang ke John Mahloko.
Is that the one you are referring to, Mr. Profi?
Correct, my lady.
John Matloko, o tlile ko rona, a tshwere ke bolwetse ba, a na le high blood le sukiri.
When he came to us, he had high blood and sugar diabetes.
E rile morago a ba tshwarwa ke stroke le a nna le bolwetse ba go.
Later, he had a stroke and then he started to have epilepsy.
Mr. Profi, just ask a direct question because the witness has already testified regarding the conditions of these people. The question is, would you have referred this person back to Life Esidimeni?
Ya no, Amelia no tla mo isetsa morago ko Life Esidimeni. Yes.
Then Howard and Glovo.
How? Howard.
Correct.
Howard.
What about him, Mr. Profi? Please ask the question so that the witness shouldn't be referring to the previous evidence.
Howard Ndlovu le ene o na le bolwetse ba sukiri le epilepsy, ene o ne le motho o dipilisi according to notes tsa gagwe tsa admitwa or referral from discharge from ya ene wetse go gore na le tendency ya gore a sa metse dipilisi, and then the history ya gore ene le motho o na bolaile mama gagwe.
He had sugar diabetes and epilepsy, and then his discharge form also indicated that he had a history of not swallowing his pills. There was also a history that he is a person who had murdered his mother.
Would you have sent him back to Life Esidimeni?
Amelia no ka mo isetsa ko Life Esidimeni.
Ka le go tsamaya slow.
Yes, because he was walking slowly too.
That's all you there. Yes, continue.
Was Mosego Home equipped to handle very aggressive patients?
Mme home ele ine sena bone bokgoni ba gore e ka tshola e be berekana le di-patients tse di aggressive thata. No.
Were aggressive users transferred to Mosego Home?
Mme be ile gore na ba bonala gore ba aggressive na ba transferred to Mr. Profi?
Mosego Home?
For Mosego Home.
Patient ne sokodisa ka bakeng la gore e rata go tsuba sometimes ga o ka mo ganela ne le ene Jamnik.
Ine le mang, ma'am?
Ene Jamnik.
Jamnik is a patient who was problematic with smoking when he would be refused to smoke.
But the question is, were aggressive patients or users transferred to Mosego home?
Yaanong potso e ne le gore a mme ba le ba aggressive bale na ba tle ba transferelwe na kwa yone Mosego home ya lona?
Ga ise ba tise ke ene o ke buileng ka ene.
No, it is only this one that I mentioned.
Would you not have considered Daniel Milan to be aggressive?
Daniel Milan yena o no ka monka ya ka motho o leng gore ke motho na le aggressive kgotsa nnyaa?
Daniel Malani ene gore a lwane ne le taba ya Bible ne latlhegile. Mara ka gore o ntse le rona o ntse ko selo sene ene o ntse o kgweditse pedi ko life Esidimeni.
The reason that caused Daniel Milan to fight was the Bible that got lost, and he stayed for 2 months at Life Esidimeni.
A tswa Vetpoort, so ne go sa kwadiwa gore ke patient e aggressive.
He was from Vetpoort. He was from Vetpoort, and it was not written, or he was not indicated as an aggressive patient.
Though on admission ko Sterkfontein ne go kwetse gore o assaultile ngwana.
Ke mang o wa Sterkfontein, ma'am?
Ke Milan.
Milan was admitted at Sterkfontein, and it was written there that he had assaulted a child.
That's sweet. Continue.
In your observation of Mr. Milan, did you consider him to be aggressive?
Yaanong wena ga o ne mo lebeletse o mmona Malane, o ne o mmona e le motho o aggressive?
Mr. Malani ne le patient e seng aggressive ka gore le go thusa ko una thusa ka mesebetsi e le ena collectang di-plate ga ba bang ba fetsa go ja.
He was not an aggressive patient. He was also a patient that was helping around. He would collect plates after the others had finished eating.
And then David.
Just a second. Yes, continue.
David Mabati, deceased 86. Would you consider him a aggressive patient?
David Mabati yena o no ka monka wa re ke patient aggressive na?
David Mabati ne le patient e ne sa bue thata, ne le motho ne le motho fela o ratang go tsuba fela, mare ne se motho na sa bue. Na go araba selo se o mmotsang sone be go fedile.
He is one who did not love talking a lot. He would only answer what is asked of him.
Yes.
But did you consider him to be aggressive or not?
Yaanong a mme yena o kare ke motho o na le aggressive kgotsa nnyaa?
Nnyaa, ne se motho aggressive.
He was not aggressive.
You had testified that you were not used to so many deaths. Do you recall?
Yes, I do.
How many users did you collect from Life Esidimeni during the marathon project?
How many?
Patients did she collect from Life Esidimeni on a daily basis?
Yeah, no, the patient is a guy. So no, the colleague kapa o di kreya kgotsa ko Life Esidimeni tsatsi le letsatsi.
A ke sa gopola sentle.
I cannot remember well.
Was it more than 5, more than 10?
May in more than 5, kapa in more than 10.
Neka wa nako nngwe more than 5.
Sometimes it will be more than
So-
5.
So would you agree with me that the reason for the increase in the number of deaths is that Mosego Home went from admitting no more than 2 users a day to admitting more than 5 users a day?
Ya no o ka dumela ge gore ntho e ntseng gore go be le dintsho ke gore yaanong di le ratloga mo go amogelang batho ba ba more than 2 go be go fitlhe ko batho ba ba leng more than 5 ka letsatsi. Yes.
Then during the marathon,
Just a
there was
second. Continue.
during the marathon, that would then mean that there was no time to assess the users given the increase in the number.
Yaanong ka nako ele ya marathone no go sena nako e lekaneng go assessa badirisi ba pleke ka obane lenane ne setse le nyologile. Yes.
And that there being no leave of absence, period, and the ability to return the user contributed to the high number of deaths.
Mr.
Yes.
Profi?
My lady, the witness had testified in evidence in chief that part of the standard procedure.
I just want you to repeat I don't want you to explain yourself. Just
sorry,
repeat what you said because you are too fast for me.
Sorry, that there being a no leave of absence, period.
Yes.
And the ability to return the user based on that period contributed to the increase in deaths.
Yaanong a re lebaka la gore no go sena leave of absence. In the second part, Mr. Profi. We did not have nurses.
There is a leave of absence.
We did not have leave of absence.
And that contributed to the higher number of deaths.
Me ke lone lebaka leo le laetsa gore palo ya dintsho e nyologe gagolo kapa dipalo tsa batho ba ba tlhokafalang e ye ko dimo gagolo.
Do you agree? Do you agree? What is the response?
O dumelana le seo Mrs. Mogosinyane?
Observe.
Yes, we did not have time to observe them.
So, regarding the...
Just a second, Mr. Profi. Yes. Continue.
You had no time to observe because of the haste of the marathon project, correct?
Yeah, no. Ile la tlhoka nako ya go observe ka lebakeng la go phakisa go marathon project. Yes.
Now, moving on to the issue of recording of medication. You agree that it's settled that the medication was recorded in a separate file?
Yaanong a mego yalo ge gore e fela puo e le gore medication yone e ne kwalwa mo filing engwe e separate.
Re na le file ya go recorda ditlhare tsa bone.
Yes, we had a file where we recorded their medication.
Ms. Mahoya says the reason for the separate file is to make it easier for the nurses to carry a lighter file and while administering the medication.
Yeah,
Does she
no,
agree with that?
Gore lebaka la seo e ne le gore go etse bonolo gore nurse a tshware file e botlhofonyana mo go ena e light ga lofa di patient melemo.
No gore ne re ga o tshwere dipilisi tsa bona o bo bitsa ka prescription ne di tsamaelana ne le yone.
Yes, that was it. And that when one takes their medication, one would be looking at the prescription too.
Thank you. Now I'm moving on to the conditions of the patients on arrival.
Ms.
Mahosha will testify that it was reported to her by the staff that on arrival, some patients were weak to the extent that they needed sugar drinks.
Yeah, no. Puo ere ba bang ha ba fitlha di patient ka mokgwa ba leng weak ka teng ba bang ba bone na ba tlhoka ba ditsa ka gore dino tsa sukiri kapa di sugar drinks.
Just before you interrupt.
Yeah, no, Mr. Profi, I did not hear who you said is the one who stated this.
Just wait there, Mrs. Interpretation. You must listen attentively, and I can understand this because you are not with us. You must. What the question is, Mrs. Mokojwa will testify that. So she will just indicate whether she agrees with that or she doesn't agree. So just put the question as it was posed to her, please.
Yeah, no, amme go yalo yaka a bua Ms. Mokojwa gore ba bang ha ne ba fitlha ba fitlhile e le gore ba weak ka mokgwa gore bang ba bone ba ba le weak bao na ba tlhoka di sugar drinks. Yes.
You say they were weak and what when Mr. Profi?
They were weak to the extent that on arrival, they had to be given sugar drinks, my lady.
Okay.
She will also testify that, that the patients had comorbidities, so physically they were not well. Do you agree with her?
Ms. Mokojwa abe are the patients tse dingwe di na le comorbidities yaanong na ba sa tsoga sentle.
Do you agree?
Amme go yalo o dumelana le seo?
Admitile ba ba nang le di-comorbidities.
Yes, we admitted some who had comorbidities.
So would you agree with her that the patients were not healthy when they arrived?
Yaanong amme o ka dumelana le ena ge gore di patient tseo le sa tsoga sentle ga ne di fitlha le di sa itekanela sentle.
Ka go ga ba bang a ke ne re ba fa one metsi ao a sukiri ba bang.
Yes, some of them we did give them that sugar water.
Ya ka ke buile ka ntate Mathoko re kreile sukiri re kreile sukiri ya gagwe ile 14 e be re mo fa metsi e be boela ko tlase.
As I mentioned, Mr. Matloko, we found his sugar to be at 14, and then we gave him water, and then his sugar levels went down.
Then, in respect of the patient's appearance and hygiene, she will tell this court that the staff reported to her that not all the users were clean. They were not so clean.
Yeah, no, are lo go lebega ga bone, are ba bang ba bone ne ba se sekono thata, ba se sekono sentle.
They had no jackets in the middle of winter.
Ine le mariga, ne ba sena dibaiki.
And
Can she respond? Maybe just cut the question. It's going to be too long.
Okay, Malady, I will do that. Then can we just
allow her to answer the first one?
That the users were not so clean. Does she agree with that?
That is on arrival.
Thata ne le diaparo ba bang a kere ne ba itshela ne ba ga ba ja ba bang ne ba sa kgone go ja sentle a kere ba itshela ka selo sena mo diaparong tsa bone.
Mostly it was their clothing. For some of them, when eating, they would spill food on themselves.
So you agree with her that when they arrived, they were not so clean?
Yeah, no, I'm dumelana le ena ge gare ga ne ba fitlha ne ba se sekono thata.
No bona gore ya maybe tse ba di apereng di go phumutswe for go ne go tshologetse teng.
Yes, one would see on their clothing that where food was spilled on the clothing, it was wiped off from their clothes.
Would you agree with her that they had no jackets in the middle of winter?
I'm dumelana le e ya gore e ne le magare ga mariga mme ne ba sena di jackets di bag.
Ne ba apere gore ke tracksuit buruku ba tracksuit le top.
They were wearing tracksuit pants and a top.
Gore le skipa fela ka fo gare gore ne ba apere di item tse pedi.
With only a t-shirt underneath, they were wearing two clothing items.
Ne go sena bike.
There was no jacket.
My lady, Miss Marriott's hand is up.
Yes, Miss Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm going to object pertaining to these lines of the line of questioning due to the fact that it's very generalized. And secondly, does Advocate Brophy going to argue that the lack of clothing as well as their hygiene brought about the death of the deceased?
Mr. Prophet?
My lady, the evidence is in relation to the witness's statements. None of her statements go into detail in respect of, she merely states that she assessed them and that's where it ends. So we don't know what that assessment was, which is the purpose of the questions.
Yes, but does it relate to the cause of death? That is what Ms. Marriott is saying.
My lady, the purpose for it is that when Ms. Mokhoja takes the stand, and she presents her version, that it has been put to the witness that she may have assessed them, but this is what it was reported to her, and that is her evidence. Then we don't sit in a situation where this witness who assessed them has a different view.
Ms. Marriott? Before Ms. Marriott comes, let me go to, there is Mr. Martin. Ms. Hasim, and then followed by Ms. Marriott. Ms.
Thank you,
Martin?
my lady.
Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. If I understand Mr. Profi correctly, he says that he's putting a version that his witness is going to put. If that's the case, then he can actually just put the version.
Yes.
But that's not what's happening here. What's happening here is we're in a position where the witness is being questioned about things that were of dubious relevance. But if there is a relevant version to put, he can simply say, my witness will say X, Y, and Z and allow for a comment. And we can speed through it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hasim?
My lady, just to add what Mr. Martin has said, there also are assessment reports in the dockets that were completed by the witness. So there is evidence about their condition when they arrived.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Profi is not taking her to her own evidence. He's using his client's evidence to try to ask questions, and that's not appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Mr. Profi?
My lady, I had intended on putting the entire version to the witness, but the lady had stopped me and asked me to break it down succinctly into...
Yes, but you must understand, I mean, where we're sitting now, you are asking the witness questions regarding the assessment. Well, she has done the assessment and that evidence is on record. You are not taking the witness to that evidence that is there, right? The document itself. Secondly, the way you put the version, it's like now you're questioning the witness on a number of things, which evidence is being generalized here. So please guard against that so that we can follow your evidence. We don't just want to cloud this record unnecessarily on questions that are not even relevant.
Correct, madam. There's one aspect in this aspect is...
You have already covered a lot, but you know, I was asking myself where you're going. If you want to put a version, just say this is what Miss Mukhojo is going to say. Then you and then you let the witness answer.
That was my intention, my lady, to put the version of what was reported.
But you are not doing that, you know. Okay, continue.
The final aspect that I would put to you is that...
And your questions must be clear. Please don't generalize because we don't know who you are referring to, right? And you keep on generalizing. Those are the issues that have been raised here. Continue.
That's fine, my lady. My lady, if I may then turn to page 6433.
It's now 10 to 3.
My lady, I'm almost done.
6433. I don't want us to detain the witness. Yes.
I merely just wish to refer the witness to paragraph 2, which reads her statement. May I continue, my lady?
Yes.
I am a clinical manager of Masego Home-based care. Declare that the deceased, known as Mr. Hartman Mateus Christian, was a resident of our facility from 06/05/2016. We received the patient from Randfontein Life Esidimeni Care Center.
Yes.
Paragraph 2. Ya bala ire inna clinical manager ya Masego based care ire mufu Mr. Hartman Mateus Christian o naleko facility ya rona go tswa di 6th of May 2016 a tswa go Randfontein Life Esidimeni Center.
What was his physical condition upon arrival?
Ya no gane a fitlha yena ona le yang ona le bega yang ona le yang maemo a gagwe physically.
Unana le disomo maotong.
He had sores on his feet.
Then if I can take you to paragraph 4 of the same statement, which reads, whilst at the, and I might have to ask the assistance of our written interpreter, Mr. van Bergen SC, on what that is.
Facility.
Facility. Thank you, my lady.
Examinations, if I may, I think, yeah.
Correct, I'm with my lady. That whilst
I don't know, Mr. van Bergen or whoever, but I see this as
correct, it makes sense.
At the facility physical examinations
was done
at the central clinic by Dr. Imran.
Was also referred
to the local clinic for, I don't know.
Various problems.
Various problems, yes.
Yeah, no more paragraph 4, Fati. Answer the facility will examiner Dr. Imrani or central clinic Dr. Imrani. I will refer or local clinic Kamatata Amman.
What were those various problems?
Yeah, no, ma tata au amara afarlofaning inili.
This patient. And patient
he had sores on his feet.
Sores on his
feet. On his feet.
Was that the only problem?
Ibone fera botata banana lebone. Nsikutwala?
Ke kopa go emisa bikinyana.
Can I a little bit?
Yes.
He came having sores on his feet.
And now we are 50 kg.
He was weighing 50 kg.
And then unanale gape di sotseding gape mo marago.
He also then developed some other sores on his buttocks. For all of these, we still kept on taking him to the clinic.
And periodically ya kgwedi ya bo 9
on the
vitamin B
on the periodical of the 9th month, he was drinking the vitamin B call.
He was drinking
vitamin B call. I think it is vitamin B complex supplement.
Vitamin D, D for Dawn or B for Benny?
B. I had B, my lady. B complex. You're right, Mrs. Mokosinyane?
B
complex.
Vitamin
B complex. Yeah.
Yes.
Did you continue the treatment as advised by the clinic?
Treatment ya ka clinic re le go yalo.
ne re mo fa treatment gore dintho tse o na fiwa betadine and then le tse di mo maragone gone o na fiwa betadine a referelwa le go sepetlele.
Yes, we continued with the treatment, and for the sores, he was given betadine, and also for the sores on the buttocks, he was given betadine. He was also referred to hospital.
Now, may I just ask the person controlling the screen to just scroll a little up in respect to paragraph 5? Thank you. The paragraph 5 then reads, on the 28th of August 2016, patient was observed to be chesty, refusing to be touched. Vital signs not registering.
Yeah, no more paragraph 5, paragraph 28th of August, ona abonala ade chesty, but we didn't have a the vital signs tsa gagwe ne di sa register.
So it concludes with ambulance was called at 18:30.
Ambulance at 18:30.
My questions relate to the user refusing to be touched. So as your statement suggests, him not wanting to be touched made reading his vital signs difficult, correct?
Yeah, no. Yes.
Him refusing.
Yes.
Him refusing to be touched would also make grooming difficult.
Yeah, no. Lese sa gore a gane go kgomiwa, ne setsa gape gore go be thata go mo move kapa go move.
Ke kopa potso.
No, just a second, Mr. Pichela.
Mr.
Thank you, my lady. Apologies to Advocate Profi for the interruption. Understood the witness, the translation to be on grooming, not moving. I don't know if I'm correct on that. Advocate Profi maybe can clarify, but the interpretation on that aspect is not correct.
But I cannot speak to the interpretation, but what I meant is grooming, the cutting of his nails, the grooming aspect of the patient.
Yeah, no. Potso ela bobedi mama Khosinyane e ne le gore a ke re la re nna sa batle go kgomiwa. Yaanong a mme seo sa gore a sa batle go kgomiwa e setsa gore go be thata yaanong go mo tlhokomela ya ka gongwe go mo sega manala bogoma ka go mo sega manala meriri dilo tse ntseng yalo.
Ha go utlwisise sentle gore ana ke specific gore ke ya taba ya di 2018 na or ke ya matsatsi a ntseng ko mosefo.
What I cannot understand is, are you referring specifically on the date of the 28th when you're asking that patient?
Just generally, if he did he only not want to be touched on the 28th of August, or generally he didn't want to be touched?
Yeah, no, arikere amme ine le ka letsatsi la di 28th of August fela mana sa batle teng gore a ka kgomiwa kapa ka tlwaelo fela generally o na sa batle go kgomiwa.
Ene ne le patient ene itlhokomela ene na maintain a privacy ya gagwe.
He was a patient who was taking care of himself. He was maintaining his privacy.
Ore na ka se tlhape le teng na prefera gore I go tlhapela ko thata go senang batho teng gore na gore patient ga re ba tlhapisa tshwanetse o observe gore o tlhapa ya mara ene ne le motho o tla krang o tla tswala shower.
For instance, he would not bath where there would be people. He would have a bath where there would be nobody. For instance, when a patient is bathing, they would have to be observed. But in his instance, he would close the shower.
And I prefer gore in ha sa nne wa ntlha o na batla gore a nne wa bofelo.
So what he preferred is that he should be the first one. If not the first one, he'd prefer to be the last one.
Mr. Profi, it's about 3 o'clock. I don't know whether we should ask Ms. Mokosinyane if she's prepared to stay until 3:30, because I see you still have questions. Am I clear, Mr. Profi?
So, I thought my lady was asking the witness if she's prepared to stay till 3:30.
Yes, I'm saying, is it proper if the court can ask the witness, because I can see that you still have more questions, but I don't want to overburden her. Is she still ready to proceed for now?
Mrs. Mokosinyane, Judge batla go itse gore a mme o sampane o ka kgona go tswela pele. I'm not able to. See,
I think we can then break now until tomorrow morning. The witness can be warned for Mr. Profi to finish his cross-examination.
Mrs. Mokosinyane, re tla emisa fa ka tsheko go tla tswela pele gape ka moso ka 10 o'clock. O itse gape gore o sampane le tlase ga kano ga o se fetse seo se ra gore ga o bue sepe le ope ka tletsa ka tsheko. Wa tlhaloganya Mrs. Mokosinyane? Understood, my lady.
Thank you. The court is therefore adjourned until tomorrow morning, the 17th of May, 2022. Thank you.
Ka tswela pele ka moso ka di 17th of May 2022.
As the court pleases, my
As the court pleases.
As it pleases your ladyship.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.
As the court pleases.
Thank you.